That was not right. I pressed 9 to unmute my mic, and it went to a black screen. It works now. What the heck? I think my camera's in a good spot. I might need to move it a little bit. My, that way. Go. Had to move my desk around yesterday because got an air conditioning unit in behind me now. All the bedrooms. Nice. Good for warming it up, you know, you just have that running for like an hour, you're good for the rest of the day. So, I had it warming up before stream and now got it off because I don't want it. But yeah, that's what yesterday was about. You know, I didn't stream. They were here all day. I was working out in the living room on my laptop. And they were here just hammering away, drilling away, and putting the heat pumps in. Basically air conditioning units. That we call them heat pumps here. Because usually we don't need cold. We need hot. So, we got framed to 48 last Friday. Job done. Just have one character left. This league and a medley to level up, and it is Balmer. I believe we're in Duskwood because we're going to the Swamp Sorrows. So let's fire it in there and get things done. I've got this little white hair right here that's just sticking out and so obvious that I'm getting old. I don't like it. I can see it on the camera, it's right here. Can't believe it. Outing me like that. But yeah. I gotta play some hardcore. Gotta get Balmer to 49. My friends were actually, there was 3 Discord messages I woke up to this morning on my Discord channel with the friends that are playing hardcore, and they're getting riled up, they want to play, so it looks like we'll be playing soon. After 2 months. Nearly 3 months, probably. I just said I was letting you guys enjoy the retail patch, but I'm ready. Because, you know, I've been playing. Obviously. We've been playing hardcore for these 2 months. I haven't had time off. Let's see, let's make sure we remember where our hotkeys are. We've only got a few. Seal of Crusader, Seal of Command, Judgment, obviously. Exorcism won't be that useful out here. We've got Repentance now. Hodge, Divine Shield, Divine Protection. Okay. And then a physical protection. Think I'm good. You always got to remember your keybinds when you first log into a character, because otherwise you might end up like Garland. No one wants to end up like Garland. Alright, is there people? Looks like there's at least 1 people. There are 2 people. What the fuck? Well, I'm not gonna be able to just make me go to sleep. Okay. Bit rude, I must say. I guess because these two are out here, I might just move on to the other quest then. We'll come back, obviously. How is our mining? 198. We don't really need iron anymore, so I'm just gonna mine it and not take it. We're completely fine. We're nearly at the thorium on our blacksmithing, honestly. We got pretty close. So, anything that's like not mithril, I don't think I'm gonna take. True silver, if we get there, yeah, sure, but mithril, thorium, true silver, those are pretty much the only useful things now for us. So I guess we'll start with the kill quest. Might actually pot up. Just to make it, you know, a little bit faster. Although we are playing RNG class, so it might not be fast anyway. Probably put a blessing on as well. Here we are, back to Paladin. Not the most exciting leveling, I'll say. But if we crit lots, we get glowing hands, we do more damage. I'm okay with that. Been a while since we played Baumer last. He was I think the third last character that we were playing last league. Perhaps. Second last. No, would have been third. Baumer, Francie, Garland. That's what the order was last time. So it's been a while, not like as long as, you know, Framed, but a while still. But at least we log in with a mount. Always a good thing. You log into your Paladin at level 40, you get a mount for free, do nothing, it's great. That's what we need more of. More crits. Really? This guy again? Leave me alone, man. I leave the whelps because, you know, he's over there. The druid was also over there, and then he comes along here. What the heck? I'm just trying to get some quests done. We have quite a bit of places to quest right now on Baumer, actually. Like, we should be able to get to 41 at least with what we have. But I'd like to see 42. I think that would be pretty awesome. Gonna use the Scroll of Strength. Our lesser strength potion is about to run out. Yeah, other than the World of Warcraft and the builders being in yesterday, I hope everyone had a good weekend. I had an okay weekend, did some shopping, saw lots of people, you know, to stress me out. Just people standing around in the shopping centre. Like, you go down an aisle and suddenly you see like 20 people and it's like, shit. And they're all just standing there in a line. You know? Pretty bad. Skinning we don't really need to worry about. When we go to Pheromore, we'll definitely get 4,000 extra experience as well. I don't really have any water. I just realised we've got only 8 water. Well, that's not good. Kind of forgot. Of course there would be something I'd forget. Oh, we do actually need water on the Paladin. We don't need it that much. It's not like the boomkin. Not like the enhancement shaman. As long as we don't cast judgment every 2 seconds. 6 seconds. 8 seconds rather. Then we should be okay, but you know, it would help with our damage if we were able to cast judgment every 8 seconds. Otherwise we are just AFK auto attack. The classic. Any box here? Maybe we get this quest done, we try to go back to the Whelps and get that done. And then after that make our way to Nevergard. Just so I can pick up some water. We just need a stack. That should do for like the whole day on the Paladin. Big damage there. 120 DPS was pretty much Fran's average. I don't think it will be Baumer's average. We're 80 so far. They're a little bit different. Once I get water though, I'll use, you know, at least 2 judgments per fight. At least 2. Man, I was kind of listening to beautiful music last night. Just, you know, you turn on some music and you're like, ah, this is good. And you just soak it in. From video games, naturally. But I got on to listening to the Caius Ballad theme from 13.2, Final Fantasy 13.2. Yeah. And yeah, I forgot how good that was. Absolute banger. I'm not going to use Blessing of Freedom to get out of this. Because then I would have to wisdom myself again. But it all started because I listened to some Final Fantasy 14 music again. And then I listened to Smile from 14, which, when I first heard it, I was like, God, this is one of the worst songs I've heard from this video game. And now, my thought on that hasn't changed too much, but I think my thought now is, if you remove the main singer from that song, the song is actually pretty good. Honestly, they didn't have a main singer singing. Pretty good song. It's a nice Mace of the Monkey. I don't think it will be useful for Lena because we've only got one level of maces now, and let's see how that would be. Want a DPS SM? At least I asked if I want a DPS. Like on my druid, I was never asked to DPS. I was asked to tank, I was asked to heal. That guy mooed at me as he ran past. Well, he stopped and mooed at me, so he didn't even run past. Name is Calculated. Misses from our stuff there. But yeah, without the main singer, some of that song's actually like, this is a banger. I don't mind the whole choir singing stuff. Like, that's fine. Just the main singer's voice really does not do well for my ears. I think they maybe tried too hard, you know? You can't like everything. Pretty much it. Also, there's not going to be a video this week, because I haven't finished Fran's video yet. But I mean, I just got done with her on Friday, so can't work miracles. It's not like when I first started making hardcore WoW videos where I was pumping them out, you know, 2-3 times a week. I'm not burnt out on making them, it just takes me a bit longer. Because, you know, I've got to go through tens of hours of footage. It's not like when I was doing just one character in hardcore and then I would edit like that day's footage into a video. There's quite a bit of nuance to it. Alright, so I need one spider and one jaguar. So we're probably gonna have to go back over to the place where the quest is. Usually you can just return here for the last few mobs, honestly. As long as they're not crocodiles. Damn, those two are walking right together. Crazy. Like, I have no idea how that song is placed in the story or context of it because I haven't played the current expansion for 14, but wherever it was placed, I think it would be better without the main singer. It doesn't matter. There's been some absolute bangers in Final Fantasy games in general when it comes to music. WoW music has been a lot better this expansion and retail. Like, there's actually dynamic boss music. This druid. Why are there so many people? Like, is this druid still here? Fucking 3 other people are here now. Ugh. Well, like I said, I'm gonna go and head into Neverguard Keep because I need some water. We'll get back to quest. It's always sucky when Swamp Sorrows has people, and it's especially when they're doing the dragons. Because it's so much competition, and there's 3 of them just killing together by the looks of it. You know, not together because one of them's Horde and 2 of them are Alliance, but they're gonna have to compete for kills. So I don't want to be anywhere near there. Having 3 people already there. So we'll run into Neverguard, grab the flight path, fly back to Duskwood to pick up the quest to come to Neverguard. And then we shall buy water along the way at some point. Probably not buy water here anyway because it is Stormwind route, maybe. I'll just get in Duskwood, it's easier to find. I know where the water guy is here, it's just, you know, you gotta walk in the castle and then around a few corners.
Light. Go with honor, friend.
Standing in this room right here where the water guy is, so you gotta go in there, and then go back out. Rather just go in and in, it feels much greater. In and in. In and in is always such a weird thing to say. Going in and in. God, we actually need 8 gold when we level up. Like, that's all good. Seal of Righteousness, not so much, because I'm using command, because I like having a little bit of fun. Like, Righteousness would probably do more damage, but I wouldn't have fun because my character wouldn't be jumping around, randomly critting for 500. Righteousness would definitely be way more consistent, but so boring. Like 12 to 43. This does 70% of damage, which currently is about 110 to 120. That's pretty good.
Need help? For the Alliance.
I think overall, we probably do about the same amount of damage. And if command really pops off, then obviously we probably do more.
You need something?
Just tea and water should be fine.
Safe travels.
But I love that in music.
Hello.
Hello.
See you around.
Probably. But yeah, I guess one of my friends was like, oh, Frankie's druid is 48 now. We better start playing because we don't want the Medley to be higher level than we are. If we don't play within the next 2 weeks, Balmer would probably be higher level. It happened before, I think. When was it? I don't remember what level it was. It was 30 something, I believe. Right before Nomragan, perhaps? So maybe like 34. I think the Medley did catch up. So my Medley leveling is basically as fast as my group leveling. Because, you know, we've got 5 people to schedule, we like playing different video games, all that sort of stuff. Which is pretty interesting. Now, I am part of that group, so my schedule as well has to be considered. And because I stream and play in my free time, when am I playing with them?
What can I do
You know?
for you? Light bless you.
But with the retail raid being a recent addition, I don't think they've cleared heroic yet. You know, I thought just take a little bit more time and then play that. Get to it when we get to it. No rush, because Anchorage has been out like 8 weeks. I think it's going to be out like another 9 weeks. If they continue the current trend of releasing content. All these people are like, yeah, TBC Anniversary will come out in February, March, and I'm just sitting there thinking, I think that's when the WoW expansion for retail was actually going to come out. So, you know, Blizzard has been known to release too much shit back to back, but I don't think they would do that because they want people to play retail. So you might be waiting a little bit longer for TBC Anniversary, I'm gonna be honest. Alright, we're gonna pass up on the Whelps for now. We're gonna head straight north and do the Draenei. Crystals, get the wizard reagents. Should I search for the Temple of Atal? We could, but usually I do that when I come back. I don't know if I will. Whatever, mate. Like when a dog starts barking at you for no reason. Damn dogs. The mithril, I need that. Thanks for the raid, Neo. Appreciate it. Go back and get this mithril. That was a hard cliff to climb. Not too bad. Started stream for the morning. Bit chilly, but other than that, not too bad. Hopefully you're having a good one. How's tomorrow? Hopefully tomorrow's not too bad either. That's good, that's good. That's all we can ask for, isn't it? Be not too bad. Alright, crystal. Looks like there's someone out here. I'm gonna go steal this crystal. It looks like they cleared the camp, but first come, first serve. So they don't seem to be going for the crystals, so I guess it's fine. Take it. Hands are a bit chilly. It's not helpful that I'm playing Paladin. I don't really use buttons on the Paladin. Well, that's how it goes. Yeah, I did. I was gonna say, I thought I'd pull both of those. We did. I can use repentance. First repentance use. Nice. Ugh. Not this guy again. Every time I'm doing a quest in this zone today, this guy comes running down the road. It's the third time I've seen him. He's just always there. Just messaged me that he's gonna do the escort. He's crazy. Crazy. Yeah, the auto attacks are definitely not the best part of it. I don't know if I want to do the It's a good class, but yeah, it does leave a lot to be desired in Classic, doesn't it? Hello, normal one. I too consider myself to be a normal one. See, I'm enjoying a lot of WoW Hardcore. I'm actually doing a current challenge where I'm leveling 7 characters. I had 8. One of them did meet an unfortunate end. I've been enjoying a lot of WoW Hardcore. Yeah. I hadn't actually died while leveling until my Warlock recently. No, I'm leveling them in a sequence, so like I'll get to a level and then play another character after that for another level higher and such. Just to keep them all sort of within the same range, because I'm also doing account found, where I only get gear from myself. Like I have to craft it or find it myself. I have leveled a rogue and a shaman to 60 before this, but yeah. I never really thought about raiding in hardcore, because it's always, for me, like the leveling is kind of what I care about. Like my rogue, when I got 60, I basically stopped playing and started leveling my shaman, and then when my shaman got 60, because I didn't really enjoy leveling it, I actually went and fought Death Clasp. Needless to say, he didn't make it. I need Ongeku, and he's standing right in there. Terrible. I am on Doomhail. That's the new one, right? If Doomhail's the new one, it's Doomhail. My max fun leveling character would definitely be the rogue. I love the rogue. I just made a phantom blade for my rogue as well, so once I get that to level 44, that's gonna be really sick. Fine, I'll help you with the escort. Like, there's a few people. Probably get Ongeku done from the escort anyway. This guy is crazy though. This escort is actually suicidal. You can never trust him. Priest is a good one. I have enjoyed leveling Priest a lot more than I thought I would. Like, I thought when I started leveling Priest it would have been boring, but no, it's actually very efficient and somewhat fun. As long as this guy isn't too suicidal, we should be fine. I never really do this escort while leveling. But I guess because, you know, this guy was here and wanted to do it. We just gotta watch out for the horde pants. And everything else. Yeah, for me it would go rogue, then warrior, and then probably priest. Which I never thought I would have said priest would be my third favorite. I'm playing a fire mage as well, that's pretty fun. Just getting like 500 plus crits into a 200 ignite. I like characters that do massive damage, so the fire mage and the boomkin are pretty good. Because their crits are very big. Yeah, you heard me, boomkin. I am indeed leveling a druid as boomkin. I'm 48 on it right now. It does go in pretty fast. Every 2 or 3 mobs you're having a drink. But I think the Starfire's in for like 850 now. And it's very juicy. I like it. Glad I've got these 2 super classes with me, a hunter and a warrior. Like, this is so easy. But Druid was the last character I played, so that's level 48. This character's going to 49. Circle. Double hunter run. Hunter's pretty chill, huh? Thanks. Especially out here, stay safe. Alright, normal one. Have a good sleep. I'll try to stay alive. And you too, Neo. Oh, there's a Stonard... Not a Stonard Scout. I thought it was light. Nope. It was just a Jaguar that looked like a Stonard Scout for a moment. Yeah, my hunter so far has been really chill. It's a grind everything for all the other characters character. Just because it's so easy for it. Ooh, get out of here. Oh, I've got a hand in over there, okay. Interesting. But I always enjoy talking to other hardcore WoW enjoyers, so... Thanks for being here at any rate. Somehow this 20-year-old game is still enjoyable. Nice. Oh. Work, Balmer, we like that. Andon's in such an awkward spot. See, I was annoyed at that warrior earlier because every quest that I started doing, he rocked up, but I guess it was kind of helpful in the end. Works out. Ah, yeah, it is. Such a strong box. Okay. Go get the essay next, I guess. Dude's probably wondering how I rocked up so late on my mount. Well, I went somewhere else first. Heavens. Like when you're doing a quest with someone and then, you know, you don't have a mount because you're lower level, like that guy's 39. But then you beat them to the place and it's like, I wonder what adventures they got up to. Visionary Buckler. Might have run around the world. Okay. This quest will either drop right away or take an hour. So let's hope drop right away. Especially with the regen. That could be bad as a Paladin. get a string of misses. We hate 1%. Not so bad on a class that actually does damage a lot, but you know, when you got a 3.6 now? 3.7 speed weapon. 1% is like, oh, that's a whole nother year of waiting. Like TBC anniversary waiting room. Roll of agility. We can save on a potion. Eventually. Nice. I love Seal of Command though. Even though it applies more RNG to the class, I do like seeing big numbers. It should be evidence from my excitement on Fire Mage and Boom. Maybe if we get some Heart of the Wild here, that'd be pretty good. We still need the Dreamweave Circlet for our casters. So I never really mind actually grinding these mobs. We've managed to make Dreamweave for our priest and our druid. Just from killing mobs out here from all the characters. That's been pretty good. No, I didn't really get it, but now I think I get it. Got asked how's tomorrow. I think it's because I live in the future. See, my brain didn't really click. Because I'm someone who lives in New Zealand. It is indeed tomorrow. I'm a bit slow today. Rifle actually still kind of useful. I'm pretty sure that and Bruiseweed is still strong Troll's Blood potions because we can't quite make the next Troll's Blood potion just yet, as far as I remember. Gonna stun that guy. Earthroot not so much, although Elixir of Lion Strength is still the best strength potion we have. We didn't get the 8 strength potion, sadly. Oh, that's how it goes with the RNG. There it is. That wasn't too bad. Okay. I'm not going to do that just yet. But let's go see how these dragons are looking now. Hopefully... because we are going to come back here for driftwood. And bugs. Although maybe I could do them. Let's hope that the whelps are a little bit less killed off now. Like to be able to do that quest. Good experience. That's not what I want. Wrong button. Oh, they're not a little less killed off now, because person right there. Warrior. So naturally they're going to get around a lot faster than I am as well, because charge. I think I arrived here at the worst time, like right when they had all just respawned, but someone had killed them. But this is the only quest we have left here, so it's kind of annoying. That's okay. We'll get it done. Like I said, I could do driftwood. in bugs in the team pool, but I think we'll leave it till we come back to do what's that quest for the sack? I was about to say the sack of coal, but that wouldn't taste very good, so not that one. Quest that killed Garland. We just chill and we wait. Of course, there's a lot of blind weed around here right now. I'm pretty sure I saw one over here as well, but maybe I was just imagining. But there's never blind weed when I can actually pick it. Suddenly you're not on a herb gatherer and it's everywhere. I guess once we finish here, probably head back down here to hand in the quest, but I think I might go hand in the gyro and frost oil. Could also do scrounging. And then I'll probably go up to Arathi. Or Altaric even. I feel like all of that should get us to 41. I don't want to kill this. I was about to say, I kind of want to kill this jaguar because sure, a mob is going to respawn. Might have to fight the jaguar as well. As it speaks. That's why I was thinking about killing it. But then the mob respawned first, so. Bonus. Bonus mob. The respawn's happening. Maybe this warrior's almost done with the quest. Like, maybe he only needs one more dream dust. And he'll be out of here. Or maybe they just arrived right before I got here. Just gonna be here forever. I saw that one, but yeah. He is observant. It's always the worst when you've got an actually observant person doing a quest that you're doing. Especially when it's a warrior. Because I can't compete with that. Like, you know. Stop being observant, mate. Like, I'm pretty observant. But I'm not going to get to a mob before him. Before he can charge it. Takes my ass a long time to waddle over there, you know. And he's got tools to get even more. I mean, he can also do a Zerk charge if he wanted. Didn't get this one though. Not that observant. The worst thing is, however, that I haven't received a single drop. Really? He could have stole that mob if he wanted. There's outfit. Finally. Just one of these quests that you sometimes get bogged down on. Like, I think I only had one character who came here and didn't have another person to compete with. And he needs one more, then he's out of here. Good. I'm gonna go fight the swamp jaguar just for something to do. I mean, I'm okay with, you know, letting them take a lot. Although someone else, no, he's just skinning. So they're like 3 or 4 mobs, you know, I get 1 kill. So it's not like I'm competing that much. As I mentioned, it's pretty hard to compete with a warrior when you're a paladin for tags. It's someone who has leveled warrior. I've had my fair share of paladin competition, and unless you can exorcism, yeah, pretty rough. I'll go fight this. Taking out my frustrations on the jaguar. Unless he debated me and said he only needs one so he can kill all of them. But I mean, I killed, what, 5, 6 before I got my first one, so sometimes it's just not fun. The druid, however, does not. I think he got it. The druid, however, does not share our agreement. That druid is here killing. Level 44. There's always that one guy that's like over leveled doing the quest. I also can't compete with a druid for tags because of Moonfire. The life of a paladin. It was all good, and that warrior just needing one more, and then this guy came, and then, well. How it goes. We just gotta make him stop to skin all the mobs. Greedy bastard, though, isn't he? He's tagging like 3 at a time. Need to start getting regular drops. Please. Please, one happens. So please again. Can I have 8 in a row? I need 8 in a row, please. See what I mean? It's just... Judgment needs like a 30-yard range. To be honest, that's the only change that Paladin needs. In Classic. Just Judgment 30-yard range. Just so you can actually tag things. Because it's not like you stop judging someone, you know, that's over 10 yards from you. If you're judging someone, say that you see someone out in the world and you're like, oh, that guy's wearing clown shoes. You're gonna remember that for longer than 10 yards. It's just how it goes. I believe I only got 2 out of 10. Rough. I hate it when, like, this guy being level 44 would come here rather than go to the dragons. Like, sure, this place is safer. There's no somnus flying around, right? But this place should be for the level 40s or sub 40s. There's a level 36 quest. "44s? Eh. Go over to the dragons. There's a lot more of them also. That's funny. How then he got sleep. I didn't even see that one. I didn't have my rear view mirror working. So I didn't even see that guy. But that's what happened to me before, actually. I rocked up here and I got sleeped by someone else's mob. And I wasn't even helping. I was just killing my own mob. And then their mob was like, oh, sleep that guy. So what the fuck? I think the druid may have gone. Maybe done. Not sure, but did run over there really fast. So he's hoping. Can I finally have this place to myself? That would be lovely. I might need to turn the heat back on, actually. My hands are starting to get very cold. I don't know why, I've got the frickin' Addams Family theme song in my head. Da 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 da. It's like, yeah. Oh. What we love to see. Just a casual 400 telecommand. More WoW, please. Please, before someone else comes here. Please let me get as many as possible. I want to be finished the quest before I see another person. I don't know if that's going to happen though. The RNG has not been kind. like to finish the quest we need the drops, but yeah, it's not going great. Nice. And nice. Double nice. I watched the video on YouTube yesterday. Albeit it was like, you know, 15 minutes long, I want to say. And after the video, I read through the comment section because I just wanted to see what people were saying. And all they were saying was nice. And I don't remember anywhere in the video or any comment or anything that people said 69. So I was so confused. It might be for like an event or something that happened, but I don't know, dude. It was so weird to just see it happen randomly. You know, usually when someone says 69 in a video or something, everyone's like, timestamp, nice. We're all 12, and what is this? Yeah, that just seemed random to me. Hey, stop flying away from me. Get back here. Little whelp. You flame snorting whelp. I still think that is the best dwarven insult. And somehow made a name of a mob. Flame snorting whelp. Stay here. Like jaguar units fine. Or is it? It's fine. We are a paladin after all, you know. Even though Balmer has been the character that hasn't died that's been the closest, if 4 HP. We're still a paladin. Was it 4 or was it 8? I can't remember. I think it was 4 though. But it was like 20 levels ago, so it was a very distant past. Quite some time ago. We just wait for respawn. Silver is useless. I don't even think, like, we have a stack of silver on Francie still, and I don't even think it's like anything. Maybe I'll find something that requires me to make something for a quest, and it will be like 1 silver bar. And I'll be happy that I saved it, but other than that, You're kill this jaguar. Someone's dog's barking in the distance. That was actually my alarm clock this morning. I woke up only 13 minutes before my alarm, so I was okay with it. But there was just a dog just shouting its head off for like 2 minutes. That woke me up. I was like, well, surely if I'm sleeping light enough to wake up to a dog barking, it's probably near time to wake up and 13 minutes away, so I was okay with it. But I swear, like, there was no dog barking around this neighborhood for the first month I was living here, and then suddenly there's just a dog barking every day. So someone either bought a dog that doesn't know how to shut up, or they moved in with a dog that doesn't know how to shut up. But as I've always said, it's more on the owner than the dog, isn't it? Because dogs just doing what a dog would do. Like, I had a dog that barked at people. What they do. Damn, there's a lot of damage. Even if it knows someone, it's gonna bark at them. Happy. Oh, it's that guy. Woo, let's go. I once, so I had a dog pretty much my whole time through high school. So I brought a friend home after school one time, and I was like, alright, we got a dog, so just, you know, go in there and just enjoy the moment. And then the dog just jumped all over them. It's like, holy shit. Good thing it was a tall fella, because, you know, if it was a small girl or something like that, then it would be like, that dog would have just destroyed them. There was a shorter lady that I enjoyed hanging out with in high school that, you know, I thought maybe one day her to go visit the dog, but I was always too nervous. It's what it is. We've all been there, haven't we, boys? Talking to girls? Scary. Not so scary anymore, like it's pretty easy now, but you know, back then, as a teenager, where your hormones are just fucked. Scary. My cousin's son started high school this year. Now Zoomers are a little bit different, I think. Because, you know, they got their own language and all that stuff, and they're a bit more, I don't know, I wouldn't say they're as outgoing. They're a bit more introverted than millennials, because millennials didn't really have computers and phones and shit all the time, right? We did. Like, I had a phone when I went to high school. It was an absolute brick and couldn't do much other than text. But yeah, I think it would be a little bit different now. But I saw him at the start of the year and I was like, whatever you do, mate, if you see a girl that you like, make sure you tell her. Like, it doesn't matter what she says. Because you'll regret it if you don't. Because I feel like there's so many dudes, myself included, who have had that. At least enjoy, you know, some hugs and hanging out with a girl and getting to get the experience. Even if it doesn't work out. If someone had told me that, yeah, I would have been a little more social in high school and just school in general, I think. When I was in school, I was always like, school is for learning. I'm here to learn, not to socialize. But I think it's actually the opposite when I look back on it. I think socializing was a very important part of it. I had friends, obviously. Pretty much everyone in my year of high school, at least in the final year, because you get down to about 30, 40 students out of the 100 that start the year. So in year 9 we had about 100, and then in year 13 we had about 30. So at least everyone that was still there in year 13 liked me. So I was social enough. You know, I went to parties, I got invited to parties, stuff like that. But there were some things that I was just too nervous to do. And I could talk to girls because they'd come up to me and talk to me, and I would talk to them. But it would be like, don't do anything that could make your friendship worse. Which in a way is somehow making it worse anyway, right? Like, because you got a good friendship with someone, you don't want to try and do anything extra, but it's like... eh. Now I'm a lot more okay with
Light be with you.
taking extra steps if needed. Haven't done that for a while though, because I'm pretty happy being single right now.
Be careful.
It's been a good few single years. I don't want to deal with any extra drama or anything, you know. Not to say that there's not drama without being in a relationship, but there's just extra things that you got to worry about, you know. It's life. It's like when you get married and you want kids, and then it's like, oh, there's extra shit that you got to do. I'm pretty happy just not doing any of that right now. But I think eventually get back on the bike. Alright, let's go to
Well met.
this place. Hand in the
Careful.
quest. It sucks that I didn't do on Geku before I went and finished Desolus. Because now I only have right down here, kill the Khan, then I guess we go to Ferellis after that. I might turn the heat back on, so I'll be right back. I'll just put it on low. I wish... So, the dude decided to put the remote for the heat pump over the light switch, which is... That's good. Like, it's over the light switch in all 3 rooms. That's good uniform thinking, but I wish it was right behind me. So I could just... But, you know, it's like a long-term thing. I probably... Unless I just stay here for the rest of my life, I'm not going to be in this house forever, you know? It's a good house. But I wouldn't mind owning my own house at some point in the future. I don't know if that can happen. I'm a millennial that isn't a Nepo baby. So owning my own house would be quite hard. In fact, I'm a millennial that's like a what do you call like a baby born into a family that's basically in poverty? Because that's me. There's no nepotism here. I don't have any generational wealth. Pretty much everyone in my family has been pretty poor. My grandma, if she didn't sell her house and have to move up to Wellington and spend all her money on her sons and all this other stuff, then I think she would be in a pretty good position. That house now is probably worth 700, 800,000. But she sold it when it was only worth like 200,000. That house was huge. Prime location. Huge house. But yeah, it's sad that she had to sell it just so she could support her sons who then didn't support her, but that's life, isn't it? I feel for my grandma. She's doing her best, struggling along, because now she's also in a situation where she doesn't make enough money to live in the house that she's living in. She's seeing it. Like, there's a lot of boomers in this country that are loving life, you know, they're living in a house that's cheap for them, they've got lots of money coming in because pension. But my grandma does not have that for whatever reason. Because I think all of her savings was used just to support people. Which is kind of sucky. Is PoE 2 actually out? Got sent a message just now. Twitch. Or from Twitch. Celebrate the release of Path of Exile 2. Let's see. I think it's out, right? Like, it still costs money. I ain't buying it. It's still early access. I don't know. I'll say to celebrate a release of then Twitch. Oh man. I don't think you'll hear the wind from the heat, but if so, then yeah. It is right behind me, so. You hear a little bit of just while it's heating up. I do have it on low, it's like eco mode and everything, but hand those in when we go to Ongiku hand in as well. Alright, let's go up to Badlands.
How are you? Watch your back.
Watch your back. Pretty much just going to the Badlands to get 2 items out of my inventory. The gyro and the frost oil. Gyro and the frost oil. Like the pinky in the brain. But I don't think anyone in my family that I actually know of has been rich. Like, some people own houses. Yeah. Usually the older ones. I don't. I think my cousin that I was talking about earlier, I think she owns that house. My sister owns a house, but it's more because her husband is a Nepo baby. So good for her, you know? But he's also an asshole, so not that good for her. I'm just gonna come out and say it. I don't like the guy. But that's just family shit, isn't it? Don't have to like the person that your sister's married to. It's not like I'm married to him. But yeah, other than that, I don't think anyone owns a house that I actually am, like, family with. Now. Obviously, it's getting a lot harder. The house that I was living in last got put up on the market for 450k, which is pretty cheap for a house in 2025. But it's already come down 15,000 because no one wants it, right? And I'm so happy about that. That landlord, he deserves everything. For making me move in and then 1 month, not even 1 month later, putting the house on the market and having me deal with open homes. He deserves to have that house sitting on there for fucking a year. Not making any money, the rate's still needing to be paid. I'm happy about it, honestly. I think no one want to move in a house that has for sale signs outside the front of it. I wish every landlord could feel that. The landlord I have here though is really good. I mean, naturally, she put in free heat pumps into the house now. She's already had some maintenance people around here for other things. So she actually cares about her house, you know? Cares about the tenants. Is probably the best landlord I've had in like 20 years. Because I don't remember any of the landlords being any good in Australia. So I'm pretty happy with where I am right now. Plus 500 a week isn't that bad for this house. Like, I don't want it to go up. But if it did, I wouldn't even be that, like, upset about it. You know, if the landlord wanted an extra, like, $10 a week or something. Be like, you know what? That's actually fair. The house is probably worth, like, 600 a week, let's be real. Like, sometimes you just live in a house and you're like, yeah, I'm underpaying. And sometimes you live in a shithole where you're like, I am paying 200 extra than I should be. And right now I feel like I'm underpaying, but hopefully it stays that way. I do like having a little bit of money, you know. I don't want to have to spend every single drop of money that you have on rent. There was actually, I got a letter in the mail last week because the election, like council election things are happening in the town that I'm in right now. And there was some guy that looks like he's 13 running. And I'm like, good for him. We need young people in politics. Like, young people in politics is what's going to change the world for the better, I think. Because, you know, they actually want to have a life that's more than 2 years. There's too many old people in politics that don't really care about anything because they're gonna die soon anyway. Like, look at America. They're all fucking ancient dinosaurs. They were born in the Stone Age. And that's why America's just going the way it's going. But, you know, the stuff that was on that pamphlet, like he wants to make the place more vibrant and somewhere fun to live, and I'm just like, good luck to him, but I don't think it will happen. I don't have apathy because I know it's going to take someone very special to come along and actually change things. I don't know if just a regular dude that wants change is actually going to change too much. That's why I didn't get into politics. I would love to change things. I would love to make things better for everyone. I would love to, you know, support the people that would support me, as opposed to cashing out, getting rich. But that's also why I don't run for anything, because I like myself too much to waste my time doing something that I know isn't gonna change overnight. Like, it takes too much time for things to change, and that's the problem with politics these days, I think. You know, you get 4 or 8 years, and after that, someone comes along and just changes everything. You can only do what you can do. It's not like when you're playing a video game. Like when I'm playing Warhammer, you know, I'm the commander. All these armies belong to me. All these towns belong to me. I'm gonna change them how I want. In real time, it's a lot harder to get things flowing. I wish luck to the young people who care about trying to make a difference, but it's probably gonna take like 50 years waiting for the boomers to all stop. Stop. That's one way of saying it. For real change to happen, isn't it? Alright, let's go, and I guess we'll start with scrounging. That's on the way, and then we can come back and do the rest of it when we're there. We pretty much did all the quests in the Badlands other than hand in this thing, and the big rock elementals and scrounging anyway. Not that one, it's that one. We're not going to do this one just yet. We'll probably do it at like 42, 43. Y'all needs blade, not gonna happen. That pig is tagged. Unlucky. Whoever has to kill that one. I mean, no one has to kill. When we head back to Kalimdor, we'll go to Ferrimore, and we'll grab this while we're there. Then we'll go down here and hand in all the stuff that we have. Then probably head up here, and then ride down to Feralis to get the flight path. And that'll probably be before we go back to Stranglethorn Vale for questing. We'll head up the bottom part of STV. Some good questing in. Hopefully no Anaphemus walking down the road today. You know, it kind of is annoying right now. I'm in this situation where I kind of want to just go do stuff in real life a lot more. But I also want to finish the hardcore medley.
I got the best deals anywhere.
I'm kind of in this situation where I'm like, shit. Now, a video game never takes preference over life for me. That's why I prioritize work whenever it needs to happen over, you know, streaming. Because I'm just playing video game, let's be real. But I do have a little... I don't know what the word would be. Like, I need... It's just a need, I guess, to finish the hardcore medley. I did forget to kill the ogres on my way in. That's okay. For the people watching on YouTube, stuff like that, you know.
You have a great day
I
now.
want to do it for that.
Alrighty then. Hi, how are you? Off and away. Be seeing you.
For the people that are watching on YouTube and want to see the end of the series, that's why I want to finish it. But I'm also... Sometimes it hits me where I have the desire to just go out and enjoy everything that life has. I might only enjoy it for like a week before I'm like, people. But I could also flip my schedule at any time. And by that I mean do regular stuff in the day. You know, work, all that sort of stuff. Like yesterday was work day. Because I couldn't stream because there were builders in my room. It would have been pretty noisy. We were like "Rrrr" in the background the whole day. That wouldn't have been good. So I worked from like 9 in the morning to 2 PM and then I was done. And then I just chilled out for the rest of the afternoon. Pretty much the same as stream, you know? Stream from 10 to 3 and you're done. The same work hours. It really depends on what you're doing though. Like graphic design is not a... Sometimes you don't have anything to do. You do your project and then you're just like, I'm done. That didn't take long at all, you know? Like if you have someone who you're working with that has a good vision for what they want, it's very fast. I'll be honest though, with graphic design recently, I think one of the things that's shitting me off most about it is just having to fix other people's shit. Like, because everyone's going down the route of AI is real cheap and more efficient because it will get it done faster. Half of my work now is just fixing the problems that the cheap slop AI has done. And I'm just like, I just want to do something fresh, you know? I don't want to have to fix someone else's bullshit. Ooh. Nearly 900 damage was that? What we like to see. I love fresh projects. When I get to work on something that's like doesn't have any, like a person has a vision and we just go from the start. Like that's amazing. I love that part of graphic design. But when I have to fix someone else's dog shit design because they used AI to do it or something, it's like, man, I hate it. The very first website that I ever worked on, other than my own, was someone paid someone small money to get something done quickly and efficiently. Nothing worked on that website. I had to fix it from the back end completely. Like, you know, you could have just come to me and you wouldn't have had to pay an extra fee of, oh, I've now got to pay twice. I'm getting this fixed. Alright, these scrap metals are going to be a bit annoying because I did forget to kill on the way in and we don't have anything else to kill, so I might just AFK here for a moment. And by AFK I mean I'm going to stay at the keyboard. So it's not really AFK. Usually their respawns aren't that long. But yeah, there was a website that I had to fix, and my sister actually reached out to me because it was her boyfriend's parents' website. They run like a what is it? A garbage disposal business type thing. And their very first website is still up there. They don't pay for it, but it's still up there because I told them they should keep it up there because I want to see it every time I need to remember my first real web design job. Like what I had to fix. So I just made them a whole new website. Because I like looking at the ugly yellow and green website. Because I guess they hired someone and they were like, yellow and green's a good colour scheme because that's Australian and we're an Australian business. And I'm just like, yeah, this guy took it fucking literal. The whole background is yellow and all the text is green. That is the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my life. I took most of the yellow and green out, I'm gonna be honest. Give them a few stripes here and there, you know, I like some stripes in the corner or something like that. But there ain't gonna be no yellow background and green text. Black and white's pretty nice, gonna be honest. Black and white works. That's why most websites are black and white. You know, you get a dark mode, you get a light mode, easy, done. What are you gonna dark mode fucking green background, yellow text? Like, that's gonna be even worse. That was the first website I ever did. Other than my own, and it was fixing someone else's terrible ideas. And the links didn't even work, like you couldn't click on anything. It was awful, and they paid someone for that. I'm like, man, if you're paying someone for that, I could literally just do better without even knowing anything about making a website. I'm gonna be honest, like. That's what I mean. If you're a graphic designer, you can get paid for dog shit. You don't even need to be a graphic designer. You could just be someone who makes something, and it's absolute trash, and someone will then pay someone to fix it up later. And this is why I kind of want to get out of the thing. I was actually looking at maybe applying for like an apprenticeship towards some sort of trade, like electrician or something like that. Because I think long term, those are the things that aren't replaceable, right? If you want like something that you can have as a job or a career long term, it's probably going to be a trade. Because it's pretty hard to get rid of human labor stuff, isn't it? Can't, unless robots happen. Which maybe in the future, robots will happen. That can, you know, do people's jobs. But it's not going to go as quick as something like graphic design, where AI is literally already taking it over. Even though I'm nearly 40, I'm down to learn some new things. I mean, I recently applied for a part-time job as a lifeguard. I didn't get it. I'll let you know now, I didn't get that part-time job as a lifeguard, but I was completely fine with that because I don't need a job. They were like, good luck in your job search, and I'm like, I'm not really searching for it. I was just looking for something to do. Just an automated message though, I'm gonna be honest. But being a lifeguard, it would have been like a fun, like 3-month thing because it is seasonal. You know, learn some new skills. Hang out around the pool, which is always fun because I like swimming in general, even though as a lifeguard you don't really want to jump in the water. It's like the last step, right? But I just like trying to expand my skill set while also giving me more to do in life. You never know when you need those skills. It's like side quests, you know? Like, we're playing the main game, just living, but there's side quests that you can go on, and they're called jobs. In this real-life video game, side quests are jobs. Sometimes they're the main quest also. There is, like, if you have a career, then it's part of the main quest. But like a part-time job where you'd work for like 3 months, that's a side quest, definitely. Nice, job done. Speaking of job. I do believe, yeah, these are a big upgrade for us. That's awesome. We can put an armor kit on them as well, pretend they're plate. 4,000 XP to go. We'll go up to Altaric and then a Raffi. Do the Pirate Cove stuff before we head back down to STV. Sorry, I'm not that tired, but I am a little bit cold. The heater, you know, I had it off because I was like, oh, it's warm enough. It was warm, but then the cold came back with a vengeance. Even though it's looking pretty okay outside, it's this room does not warm up very well. Being on the cold side of the house.
Off with you. Watch your back.
Big upgrade. Goes well for pants. Put an armor kit on them before I forget. Just because we have them, so might as well use them. What was I talking about? I don't know. Some rubbish. Yeah, we'll go up here and do... I don't think we killed an assassin. So we just gotta kill one more Shadow Mage and the Orc fella. Unless we find some assassin when we get to Hillsbrad, which would be nice. Ufid. Or Ufrid, rather. I was gonna say Ufid. He got Ufid. Poor grey mangy boar. Hagged. No one's gonna want to have to fight that. No loot. Someone will fight it just because they won't notice. But otherwise, yeah. Big roach time. Buy some water when we get up there.
What's on your mind?
One more.
Very good.
Yeah, it's just a bit chilly and it's making my neck like chilly and I'm yawning because I actually have to go onto my VOD's channel after stream and timestamp the VOD from last week because I forgot to over the weekend. So there will be a VOD out tonight, but currently not timestamped. I completely forgot that I had a VOD channel. I'll be honest. I got a comment on my VOD's channel 2 weeks ago. Commenters, what game? I literally say when I put up a VOD what game it is, so pay attention, mate. Also, Francie's video, the video that came out last week, pretty good. 650 views. Good amount of likes. Gained us a subscriber, so pretty good video. A lot better than the one before that that got only 30 views because the algorithm didn't even see it. That's how it goes sometimes. Especially recently, hardcore WoW, you know, it's a lot less. There's a lot less people doing it. People like Guzu and Savix aren't making hardcore WoW videos anymore, so there's not really that much hardcore WoW videos going up now. So the algorithm sometimes is just like, this topic isn't that important anymore. That's how it goes. I don't care. People will watch my videos or they won't. Doesn't really matter. I'm gonna make them. I have a friend who's like, I can't wait for you to finish your series so I can watch it. And I'm like, yeah, it's fair because, you know, would you rather binge watch a series or watch it over a year, you know? I think the hardcore medley is going to be one of those ones that people watch over the year, but then maybe go back and binge watch it just because they forgot what happened. Because it's taken that long. I mean, even me, I'd be interested in going back and watching the hardcore medley from the beginning just so I remember what frick happened. And I'm the one playing it, but it's been 9 months. So, it's a while. Alright, is there any assassins that I can kill so I can get an extra... Frank T. Zink. Like Frank the Tank. I had a character actually called Frank the Tank. So that Z and T are backwards from that. And yeah, just wow. That's like looking at myself from 20 years ago. It was a Tauren warrior. I made it right before TBC. So literally 20 years ago. It's crazy. No assassins though, sadly. There are no extra quests for us. Do we need silk? Not really.
Hurry back.
Bandages can be important on Balmer to save some mana, but we can just have a drink, like a flash heal or whatever is all good. I can feel the heat. This is a problem with having a heat pump, air conditioning, whatever you want to call it. You know, you can make the room really warm and then you kind of turn it off and suddenly the room is like, oh, cold. I've got it set to like 18 degrees right now. Warm enough, but... would like it to be consistently 18 degrees. And then I look at my temperature and it says temps to drop tomorrow. And I'm like, oh, really? They don't have to. Got that little thing on where the news goes on your computer, you know, the tab that no one ever opens. Because who the heck reads the news on the computer? It's all rubbish. There are people that not only read it every time, but also comment on it every time, and those people might be a little bit insane, because commenting on a news article, like, that's a bit much for me. Can't be honest. Like, I get people commenting on a news article on like a forum post, like say on Reddit or something like that. Yeah, but the ones that are put on people's computers, bit much. Damn, all the turtles are fucking deep. That guy just been killing everything on the way up. Maybe he's grinding out here. I did not expect to come down to this beach and see a bunch of dead turtles, I'll be honest. Let's get to it. They're a rogue. surprised there aren't more mobs, but I think someone came through here right before I got here, so that is probably why, because everything seems dead. Also, I haven't talked about it today because I had a little less fun playing it recently, but Warhammer, I'm only having a little less fun playing it because the patch broke the mod that I was using, and, well, not as fun now. How it goes. You have to get so close to pull mobs, it's crazy. Done this guy. But I did do a vanilla Lizard Man campaign. And that was pretty fun for a majority of it, because I'm been at war like the whole time. Never a time to rest. But it also hasn't really been the hardest. On Bama, these guys might have an execute with a big sword. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. Let's get in there and kill this fella. I remember when I was clearing my way to this camp and then this guy went in there and just killed him right in front of me. And he was already in a group, so I couldn't even invite him to a group, and he didn't invite me. I'm pretty sure he was the group leader even. And I was like, what the f— that is so rude, man. Like, his time was way more important than mine, I guess. Which is fair. Your own time is more important than someone else's time, generally, but... you know, we could do it together. Like, if you're ever able to do something with someone else, yeah. You should probably. Druid must be doing the Shadow Mages. Perhaps. So we started killing net mobs. I don't know. I might need to go to the city to get a Shadow Mage on this character because it's going to be pretty hard to pull them. You know, with our 10-yard range. So I might actually go over to Strandbrad. Get that done. Mithril. Find it. Saw a dead ogre there and then I saw it disappear and looked like someone had mined it, but no, it's just the rendering distance. No mithril in there. Should I go in there and get it? Citron. Nice. Can always use a citron. I'd like to be able to get to 250 mining on Bauma, I would say. I don't really care that much about my kill extra mobs. Not too much of a hassle, but at the same point, like, just take me out of my way. Not like when I was mining it on Francie, you know. And I just rode right through that mob. Like he wasn't even there. Classic resist. Alright, that's done. I think when I get to town again, I'm gonna go have a quick break because I need to go toilet. I'm feeling a pee. That's fine. I've been sitting here for 2.5 hours nearly, so makes sense. Have a little food while on the break as well. Then we'll jump back in for, I don't know, hopefully close to 2 hours of leveling. We'll just try to do everything up to the point where we have to go back to Stranglethorn Vale, basically. So after we hand these in, we'll go back to Arathi and then do the Cove of stuff. Thankfully won't be as annoying on Balmer as it was on Brand, because we don't need drink as much. So when we're in the water, we're not like suffering because we have to go out of the water and drink. That was so annoying. One of the worst things, honestly. I guess the mage was pretty samey though. I still don't know why so many horde come over here and get so close to South Shore. About to say Stranglethorn. I still haven't seen anyone try do that quest. You know, the one where you thing in the thing.
Light bless you. Go with honor.
It's helpful. Hit killer? Hit killers are odd, I think.
King's honor, friend. Be careful, or the Alliance.
The Alliance. Alright, I'm gonna log out here real quick, just go have a quick break. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Alright. Let's get back to it. We're close to 41. Very close to 41. I'm hoping with recent experience we get close to 42. That would be very awesome. Put us in a very good position, it would.
You need something? Safe travels.
I just don't want to be in the position that I was in with Friend. You know, when we kinda were just running out of quests some parts of the journey. Those 12 levels were pretty brutal. 36 to 48. Because we had some quests, and then we didn't have some quests. We leveled up a few times, we had some more quests, and then we ran out of quests, and it was like, fuck. Thankfully, that last level wasn't too bad. Could have been a lot worse. Could have had to grind the whole level, you know? But we found enough. But yeah, we're going to go down here and do these now. This should level us easily to 41. Lizard. Someone's a TikTok, Andy. I heard about that from a friend of mine recently, you know. Someone randomly said lizard. And everyone was like, huh? And then one of our resident 40-year-olds, because we're all fucking old, was like, what is that even about? I've been seeing it everywhere. And then, yeah, someone told us. Someone who's more hit down with the kids. Who might actually use TikTok. Or Instagram, I don't know, either one. Like, I know what Skibbity is. I got the lore on Skibbity. But I don't know about the lizard. I just got thrashed by this. Which means it already had fresh stacks ready to go. So it must have been chasing after someone. At least it was only one fresh. You know, I only got hit 3 times. I remember there was a scorpion in Celifus that hit me 6 times as soon as I started fighting it. I'm like, oh shit. That had 2 fresh stacks ready to go. Because there is a bug with fresh where it just infinitely stacks. So if you constantly kite a mob, you can get someone one shot. As long as that mob never loses its fresh stacks, and the way it loses its fresh stacks is by hitting someone. So if you kite a mob, and then some unexpecting paladin comes along, let's say, and she's wandering into the Western Plaguelands to fight a level 50 skeleton fella, skeletal flare I think they're called. And then it just hits her 100 times and she dies. Yeah, could happen. The funniest thing about that, I already knew how fresh worked, right? Like, I had many years of experience in this game. I already knew that that was a bug. The funniest thing about it is that someone posted that bug on Reddit the day I was going to Western Plaguelands. I'm like, Really? Why you gotta do that? Like I purposely didn't talk about it the whole time while
Hey, how you
leveling,
doing?
and now I'm going in here and someone just posted it on freaking Reddit.
Talk to me. Hey.
That was scary.
Alrighty then.
Use this roll of agility. Roll of Christine Aguilera. Gonna be quite close to leveling after we finish this escort. Like 2,000 experience away. That's pretty good. So I use frost resistance. Gonna do anything? 30 resistance. Not really gonna be that helpful, I think. And he's not helping at all. Good. Now he's helping because they frosted over. Chuck a heal. So we don't randomly get wombo combo. You never know. Longer fight on the Paladin when you go fight 2 mobs. If they were undead, it's okay. Have a drink and eat a curiously tasty omelette. So I can have my food buff for when I go in the water.
Salutations. You have a great day now.
There's something in the water. Help! Sometimes I miss playing Guild Wars 2. But yeah, it's not really a game that is all that fun when you can't do everything that you want to because you got 200 enemies. Like, this game's fine at 200 enemies, right? I'm playing at 200 enemies right now. I live on the other side of the planet. But that game's more action orientated. Like, I wouldn't play retail at 200 enemies either. That's kind of the problem with MMOs. I want to play Lost Ark with some friends of mine, but because there's no oceanic servers, it's not really worth. Like, I got a friend who's like, I never played Lost Ark, I'd love to try it. You know, just to see it. And it's got... There's some amazing parts of the story in Lost Ark. Some of it is really cringe, but... There's some really cool set pieces, like when you fight in that town and stuff like that, when all the demons are pouring in, like that's sick. The raids look awesome, like spectacle-wise. But yeah, 300 enemies, not really that fun to play that game at that, because it's too action orientated, right? It would be like playing Path of Exile with no oceanic server. Ooh. You imagine. I mean, first off, imagine not having oceanic servers for a game that's made in New Zealand. But secondly, some guy called Love Christ just yelled out, "Repent ye, for the kingdom is at hand." Yeah, I mean. I'm not gonna start shouting repent. People want to repent or whatever, like, it's up to them. so being called Love Christ and yelling that out in a video game is a bit interesting, I must say. I can never remember where this first one is. I think they're both in this shit rather than on the floor. One's on the floor, I just don't even remember which one. I mean, if he's telling me to repent, I'm a paladin. Paladins have to? Like, we're pretty pious. Like, sure, there's retribution, and I'm playing retribution. But, you know... there was, like, warrior priests in the old days. There's a good depiction of one, was it Bishop Egmund or something from, the Vikings series, a warrior priest, you know. But he also did revoke some of his vows by sleeping with a Viking lady, so not 100% sure if he was the most pious. To be fair though, I mean, you can't really blame the guy. It was Lagertha after all. Sometimes you see a woman that is so beautiful and it's like, well, looks like I'm not pious anymore. It's just how it goes. But you know, I know a lot of like the Bible and all that stuff because I went to a Catholic high school. I wouldn't say I was a religious person. So I got to learn it. I was probably not a religious person for another 10 years after that. Now, things are a little bit different. For various reasons. But it's not like I'm gonna run around and yell at people. I'm just a chill guy. And I'm a level 41 chill guy. Let's go. I guess we're going not into retribution anymore. Because there's nothing else that I really need. Like, affliction, cool, but... The question now is, do I want to go prot so I can get precision, which would be very helpful, or do I want to go holy? Having consecration would be nice in the end, but these two talents are kind of useless. I'm never going to use them. But precision is, you know, very useful. Glad I drank a potion of water breathing. Imagine just sitting there thinking about what talent you're going to take. Drowning. But this stuff here would be already useful. That's why it's sort of like, where do I want to put the points? 3% hit is going to be very good, especially later on. But do I want to nuke 5 points into nothing to get there, you know? Basically how it feels. Just putting 5 points into no talent. Let's see, if I go 8, I guess Guardian's Favor is pretty good too, so I'd probably go 10, so that'd be level 50. And then we could get, I don't know, just both of those. Anything else is whatever. I guess I will put it into protection. I'm just going to get Redoubt, just because it would be more useful than Devotion Aura. Because if I ever have a shield on, I can at least get some use out of it, you know? Find these calcified Alving. Little bit of Redoubt. Plus, the animation of Redoubt is pretty sick. It's not like with the Boomkin where like you've got good talents in Ret either, because like Ret Tree is pretty. You get the good talents and then there's nothing else. Honestly, like I said, Deflection would be alright. Lesson of Might I don't really use. So it's not that useful. Eye for an Eye is a PvP talent. Improve Ret Aura, not using it. And we've got everything else. There's not that much options. I wish Eye for an Eye was useful, but mobs can't crit your spells, so... yeah, it's not gonna give us any more damage. Glad there's no one else here. Sometimes... there must be though, because that mob's dead. I didn't kill it. Sometimes there's a guy out here and he's just trying to get his quest done and he starts emoting at you because, you know, there's not enough 2 people. Wish you. So I guess the next 5 levels of talents, we're not actually going to gain anything. But then we will gain 3% hit. It's going to be pretty big. We could also get Blessing of Kings if we feel like. After that. Which wouldn't be the worst idea, you know, 10% extra stats. It might be better than Blessing of Wisdom. I'm not sure. This Mifril. I was thinking about making a new email and just starting to put like all the important stuff into it. Because, you know, I've got a business email, I've got emails that I use for random shit that I sign up to. I've got about 100 emails that I signed up to Spotify to get a free month for a few years. Stuff like that. But I kind of just want to make a uniform email where I put pretty much everything that is important to me on. Because the email that has like my WoW account and Twitch account and all the other stuff, it's all different emails. So I went on to one of them yesterday when I was just having a check. 3,000 email to open. I'm like, I'm never going to get through those 3,000 email. What the hell? Crazy. I haven't been on that one for a few years. From when I was living in Australia, and there's a lot of like, you know, my Australian bank account and stuff is on there. And they sent me a few emails recently. They're like, you need to update your account. And I'm like, I'm not even in Australia. I don't really care about it. I never got that with a New Zealand bank when I first left New Zealand for Australia. I don't even know if that bank would still be, like that account would still be open. The first bank I ever had. Imagine it is, it's just sitting there with like thousands of dollars of interest. I think I had like 15 cents in it after emptying it out when I went to Australia. From like $2,000 to 15 cents, basically. Big clean out. But you always gotta wonder. I mean, I've gotten a lot of mail for someone else. At this place. I got a magazine yesterday, fishing and hiking or fishing and hunting something. I'm like, damn, this must have cost a little bit of money at least. But it's not mine. So, you know. Yeah, Redoubt's useless, but it's gonna at least look cool every time it happens. So I always wonder like how much mail just goes places that it shouldn't, you know. Just because of that. Ancient Reckoning. Imagine old Reckoning. Let's imagine that rather than imagine Reckoning. Back in the day when that guy one-shot Kazakh. Oh. Those were the days when no one knew about anything. But then someone would do something like that and suddenly everyone was like, oh, how do I do that? And then it gets nerfed. I do miss the old days of WoW. That's why I want a new MMO to come out that is actually fun to play and explore, because I just like discovering a new world. Like, I've been thinking about it a lot recently with Final Fantasy XIV having its troubles. You know, a lot of people aren't having that much fun, a lot of people are quitting, all that stuff.
Yo,
For me,
keep it real.
the experience of an MMO is getting through the journey
Christiana Pint.
to the end game, you know? That's, for me, the best part, the journey there.
Seen you.
A lot of the people that
Right.
don't really like
Off and away.
a game I think it's mostly because they're already at the
What
end
can I do
game.
for you?
Like, well, there's nothing
For
to
the
do.
Alliance.
This is kind of the problem with MMOs. Once the game fizzles out and you've already reached the end game, it's like, well, bored now, I'm gonna stop playing. Which is fair, but people want to play MMOs like they can play them every day. And the only way you can do that is by playing a new MMO and discovering it. Honestly. Why for me, you know, I've been playing this game for 20 years, but I don't really like the retail version as much. Because I've done everything I want to do in the game. You know, I've raided for years, killed many mythic bosses. I've done a lot of Mythic Plus, I've done PvP. I tried hard, I was a casual, I've done everything. You know? So for me, I'm just like, yeah, I can just chill, play with some friends from time to time, do a Mythic Plus every week, stuff like that. But this version of the game, even though I've also technically done everything other than actually clear Naxxramas, because I still haven't ever cleared Naxxramas in Classic WoW. Not Wrath. Wrath was easy. It's just not that important. But I just really enjoy the leveling journey in this version, even though I've explored it all and all that. It's just 60 levels of always getting stronger, you know? It's a good feeling. It's like when you start a job and, you know, you're learning. Say you're starting a job that you haven't done before. Like, take my example of lifeguard. Day one, I'd learn a lot. Day two, I'd still be learning. And I'd probably be learning for months, you know? That's a good feeling. It's basically like leveling in Classic WoW for me. Day one, you learn a lot. You level a lot because your levels are so fast. Day two, you're still doing pretty good. You're leveling up, you're leveling up. Day three, it starts to slow down a little bit. But you're still getting something out of it. And then, say like, now, we're in month 9 or whatever. We're still leveling. It's taken a while, but we're still getting something out of it.
How are you?
That's the problem that retail has. There's nothing, like, some days you can play and it's just, you get nothing out of it, you know? And that's what I think the issue is with MMOs these days.
Be good.
They push you towards the end game so quickly
Good day to you.
that when you get there,
See you around.
that sense of fulfillment that you could have every day by playing just doesn't exist. Once you clear the content, what else is there to do, you know? But how do you fix that? How do you change the system? That's what someone needs to figure out to make a good MMO. To make the next MMO. I guess that's why old school RuneScape does well though. It's a completely different game to WoW. You could not run World of Warcraft Classic like old school RuneScape. But maybe a hybrid of the both would work. Old school RuneScape to me is like real life simulator, you know? If you want to get good at chopping wood, you can go outside and do it. If you want to get good at fishing, you can go outside and do it. Give me 1 second. Just had to check something. Thought I heard my door. Front door, but it was not. Sometimes there's like a, I don't know, not something on the road, but every now and then you'll just hear the sound of a door knocking as someone drives over something. And it's like, it was pretty confusing yesterday. You never know if someone's knocking on your door because the hammering that's going on in your house, you know. Thankfully there was no one that came around, but for a moment there I was like, someone comes into my house and steals my stuff, I wouldn't even know. These guys are working so hard. Like, sure, they were there working, but I think at one point they left to go get lunch, you know, because they were here all day. That's fine, have your lunch break, whatever. But they left to go get lunch. But I think they left the front door open. And I was in the living room, which is on the other side of the house. I did have a clear view of the gate, so no one could have come in. But like, they could have told me. But I was also working, so they probably saw me with my headphones on and sitting there freaking doing stuff on my laptop, and they were like, not bothering. I don't mind, but some people don't want to be bothered. That's why when they were here, I also didn't bother them, you know. I'm not going to walk around asking them questions and stuff. I'm just going to sit in my space, do my work, hang out. There was one moment where I was sitting out on the front porch just after work. I was like, alright, go sit out in the sun. It was a lovely, beautiful day. And I talked to them there for a little bit, but that's about it. One of them was telling me about a person that he knows that has a big 3D printer.
Keep your feet on the ground. See you soon.
And he's got these old bikes, right? And you can't get parts of them anymore, so he gets that guy to 3D print some of the bike parts that he has. Pretty cool. I guess that's a cool thing about 3D printers that you can do now. Fly down to STV to hand in this. And then we'll head over to Kalimdor. And then some other quests. But yeah, 3D printers definitely changed a lot with trying to get old parts of like cars or bikes or whatever, haven't they? For the better. I remember my father, we had like a Mercedes Benz. It was a really old one, a big old Mercedes Benz. I don't remember what it was called, but it was ugly and it was brown, but you couldn't really get parts for it anymore. So he did have to sell it off eventually. But yeah, Like it was really hard to get serviced just because it was so old. Probably not that old, you know, 1980-ish. So, wonder if I can find it. What kind of Mercedes Benz it? List of Mercedes Benz vehicles. As long as it has a picture, we're all good. Hard to tell because a lot of Mercedes now look the same. So hopefully there's distinction. You look through them now, right? The sedans, they all look the same. A-Class looks like a C-Class. E-Class looks pretty samey, like... They really didn't care too much about changing things. It would be cool to be able to see. I don't know what kind of class it would even fall under though. That's a problem. Definitely not a roadster. Not that cool. Honestly, some of the Mercedes do look sick. I mean, there's a list of vehicles, but I can't find it, so... Eh. I would say it was like a 1980 to 1990-ish vehicle. I don't know exactly, but it was pretty old, so the parts were hard to come by. But imagine having a 3D printer. You can fix it yourself. Times change. Then we bought a Nissan Skyline, which are apparently quite expensive now. Yeah, 20 to 65,000. We got one for like $2,000 back then. It was an older one, but I mean, the older iconic ones now are selling for fucking big money. After Need for Speed Underground came out, you know, everyone was like, "Oh yeah, Nissan Skyline, let's do it." Dum dum dum. Dum dum dum. Good old days. I miss just chilling, playing a PlayStation, I'm gonna be honest. I don't have a PlayStation anymore, but getting home from school and throwing on some video game. Although, I guess I got home from school and threw on this video game for a while, didn't I? I wish World of Warcraft came out after I finished high school. Like, I was pretty bad at playing video games already, right? I was playing RuneScape a lot, I was playing... I almost said BG3. Warcraft 3. For some reason my brain was like, Baldur's Gate, no. I was playing RuneScape, Warcraft 3, a little bit of Neopets because I had video games in the video game. Cool. So I was already lousy with my video game playing. And then World of Warcraft came out. on the first year of my exams in high school. It was a bad time. When I went back, so I played World of Warcraft pretty much all school holidays. That basically came out 2 weeks before school finished. So I got to play it that whole holidays. I didn't even see any of my friends that holidays. I was just playing WoW. I remember one of them calling me and saying, "Hey, you want to come out?" I was like, "Nah, I'm good." That's how bad it was. I was addicted. And then I went back to school, you know, after that, and I was just like, man, I just want to play WoW. Why am I even here? I could just drop out of school and play WoW. Wouldn't have been a good idea, so I stayed in school. But yeah, when WoW came out, it was a bad time. Anyone who had what I had, you know, who got hooked on WoW right before school actually got hard, yeah, I feel for you, because hopefully you didn't fuck your life up as much as I did, but yeah, it was definitely big change.
Be careful. Goodbye. Farewell.
I'm gonna be honest, throughout my whole 20s, I was kind of like fucked in terms of work was much harder to come by because of qualifications, stuff like that. Just because WoW came out at a bad time. It was my distraction. Throughout a lot of my life, I would say World of Warcraft was my distraction, you know? And sometimes, like, man, if I could go back in time, I would still play World of Warcraft, but I would not play it as much. I would try better in school. I would talk to people that I wanted to talk to. I would change a lot of my life around the time WoW came out. It's given me a lot, you know. Given me a lot back, but at the same point, I think it's taken more away than it's given. I'm gonna be honest, because I do think that I could have cured cancer. I could have been a billionaire, you know. I could have changed the world, but is what it is. I do have regrets in life, which I think is natural and fair for everyone to do. Southbound, recruiting Southbound players. If you're Southbound, join us. I mean, it's cool to have people in a guild that are all doing Southbound. I think that would be a sick... It's like why OnlyFans is, you know, guild found. It's basically like account found. That's why I found that fun to watch. Because, you know, everything that you got was from within a community. Southbound's a little bit harder. Because you can't really give people stuff, but you know everyone's struggling with the same situation. Southbound, for me, if you're only playing one character, is the best way to play this video game, in my opinion. But I do love account found because it's added a whole different way of playing. I say added. It's not something that Blizzard did. I did it. There's a lot of people that probably couldn't play Account Found because it is something that you need to police by yourself, right? But I know that I wouldn't want to cheat my own challenge. So I'm completely fine doing everything Account Found. Imagine cheating your own challenge. Like, why even play the game if you're gonna do that, you know? If I was gonna cheat my own challenge, I just wouldn't even do it. And seeing those two swords, I never got them on Classic. I ran UBRS a lot. I got the frickin' chromatic chess piece even. Like, I never got those weapons on my warrior. I think I saw both of them drop at least once. I probably saw the offhand drop like 3 or 4 times. It drops a lot. But yeah, I was just never lucky. I'm kind of glad I never got either of them though, because then you need to get the second one. Kind of locks you into doing UBRs for another year. I'd say grinding. That boat looks like it has a face on the back of it with everything. I'd say grinding like your pre-raid bis is one of the best parts of Classic WoW, but once you get to UBRS, it stops becoming fun. It's just too much. Look at this boat though. Eyes, a mouth. It's so funny. I never really noticed. And then when the lights turn off, it looks like it closes its eyes. Got a lot to do right now. We're going Shimmer and Flats a lot. We're gonna do this first, so I can get the extra 4,000 experience. I think with the few quests that I have left to do today, we'll probably end up like 40, maybe 45k XP. But we are definitely going to 42 with rested, so that's good. Anyone in here? Good. Perfect.
Hello. Have a good one. What can I do for you?
Alright, let's get to it.
See you later.
Triage.
See you
Are we
around.
gonna get 8 criticals? Got one. One critical, too badly. Not too terrible. The last few that I've done have been like 2 criticals into 2 criticals into 2 criticals, and I'm just like, what the fuck, man? Why are they all so injured? It's so stressful. And then you get a few badly on top, and it's like, oh god. Not gonna be able to save anybody. Save this guy neat. Or not. You might get saved soon, mate. We'll see. Nope, he disappeared. Unlucky. Honestly, the injured ones are so unlucky that they're not more injured, you know, because usually you prioritize them last. And by that time, like, this guy's definitely gonna disappear before I even get to him. Like being in a hospital. Although, I don't know how the priority system works in a real hospital. 'Cause sometimes there's some dude that's in there for like, oh, I've got a sore leg, and it's fine. But, you know, they'll see him.
Hey there. Have a good
And then there's some guy that's literally dying. Just like, well, guess I'll just be here and hopefully live until you see me. Like, I saw a news article yesterday, I think. I'm not gonna repeat what it said, but it was pretty fucking fucked up.
What can I do for you?
I think healthcare systems just around the world are being shafted recently, and it's quite bad. Hopefully the rich people and the politicians that will eventually need them also see how shafted they made them. It's only fair, isn't it? If us plebs get shafted, well, it's only fair. I'm really hoping that in my vault this week on retail I get something that I can turn into either a glove or a shoulder, or I just get a glove or a shoulder here so I can have my foresight. I have been probably the least lucky player of retail this frickin' year, and I'm glad I'm not raiding, because if I was raiding I'd have better gear, yeah? But I probably would have lost it all to other people. My guild is just a casual guild, and we just, like, we have loot master, like, you know, the raid leader decides where loot's gonna be going generally, but a lot of the time we'll just slash roll things because, well, it's a fair way of deciding. It's not like we're mythic raiding where we need gear to go to a certain class at a certain time. Back when I joined the guild, when I became an officer of the guild, I decided to bring in Loot Master and Loot Council. I was the reason that happened in that casual guild. But we're in a lot different situation now. We weren't as casual back then. But it was my fault that we ever had Loot Council.
Hurry back! Keep it real!
I just wanted gear to go to the players that deserved it. We had, back then we had a lot of like musical chairs players, you know, they'd rock up and then you wouldn't see them for 2 weeks, but they'd still want the gear. And I was just like, man, I hate losing gear to someone who I only see once every like 2 or 3 weeks in a raid. Because it happened a few times, and I'm like, ugh. Gotta change these rules. I'm an officer, I can... Let's talk about it. We had a big discussion. It was like 5 pages of discussion. And one of the reasons I appreciate the person who's playing the druid in my friendship group is because he, even if he believes a certain way, he will play devil's advocate against what is being said just to, you know, discuss it. So I like that. Like someone who you can bounce off opposing ideals, you know?
Here there. Be good.
Because he also agreed that we needed some change to the loot system back then, but he was my devil's advocate. And that's how our friendship has been pretty much the whole time.
Good day to you.
Whenever I'm like, we could do something here to make this easier or something, you
Off and
always,
away.
you know, give a
Need
different
assistance?
view.
Off and away.
Just so he can see if I actually mean what I mean.
Talk to me. Hurry back.
Usually when I decide upon something, though, I generally
Have a good one.
actually mean what I mean. Like, I don't just randomly say stuff for no reason. Hit it. Things go boom. What was that? I remember I got this last time. It said invalid target. Yeah, I appreciate having a person like that in my life, honestly. Someone who's just always got... They have their own opinions on things, but they'll view things from another side, even if they don't believe that, just to, you know, make sure that what you're saying is something that you actually believe in. I told him that recently, like I always appreciate him having that, because it's... I forgot to pick up the frickin' C4. Because it's quite helpful, you know? I was meant to go get the C4 booster before I came down here. That would have been another bunch of experience, but now I'm gonna have to go back up there and then come back. Oh well. We're pretty much done on the questing part of the day anyway. We'll go kill a few mobs in Desolate, but other than that, the rest of the day is just traveling, so, you know. Gonna take too much effort. The owl got stuck there. Probably the best thing that WoW has done in my life, though. It's made it to where I probably have a lot of friends that I never would have had in like a normal life, you know, somewhere where you're not just playing World of Warcraft. I probably wouldn't have met most of these people in a random encounter. Because some of them are from places where I've never been. Some of my best friends, you know, are from places where I've never been. I've met them in real life, but I would have never if World of Warcraft didn't exist. I'm gonna meet someone who I would consider one of my best friends later this year, who I've never met before. But we've known each other for 10 years. So, yeah. It is one thing I appreciate with World of Warcraft. If I was ever in a situation where I had, you know, if I won Lotto or something and I won millions of dollars, I'd be like, alright, we're all going to have a good time. We're probably going to Amsterdam, let's be real. We can have the best time in Amsterdam. There's a lot you can do. But I would definitely probably do that, you know? Because there's a bunch of people that I've met or haven't really spent any time with. Like I've met them maybe once or twice. You can just all go somewhere. I would 100% do that. For the like 10 years of entertainment that friends have provided for me, 100%. So if I'm ever in a situation where I can do that, that'd be sick. I mean, I told my friends if I ever had big money come in, they're all getting a new computer. At the very least. But we'll see what happens, won't we? But I feel like I've always been someone who cares less about things than people, you know? Like, I don't care what I have. I could have a dog shit computer, but if I'm not able to play with my friends on the internet because they don't have a computer, well, you know, we've got to make that right before we care about what I have. That's why I had a computer for 12 years. It was good enough. Got a new one recently though. So if I was to ever win like Lotto or whatever, you know, hypothetically, because I don't even play it, you gotta be in it to win it. And because I'm not, well, I'm never gonna win it. But new computers for the friends, probably some money for the family, buy some houses, you know, for family members, stuff like that. I'm not gonna buy them outright. I'm gonna make them buy them. But it's more rewarding if they buy their own house. Pay off some bills for people, just so people can have a less stressful life. Let's be real, it's pretty stressful. It doesn't matter what situation you're in. And then I'm taking my friends to Amsterdam. That's what we're doing. And then they can leave, and I'll just travel the rest of Europe alone. I think that would be like the priorities of any sort of money win for me. Similar to if I just make too much money and I don't know what to do with it. I would do that 100%. There's a reason why I will never be a millionaire. Because I do not care about being a millionaire. I care about people and being happy and having fun, you know? If I ever got to the point where I have $1 million in my bank, I'm like, what the hell is this even doing? I'm not doing anything with it. Why have it at all? That's why I don't understand how someone can actually be a billionaire. Because that's a lot. That's a lot of millions. I remember Rickful was talking about it once on stream, you know, about how much $1 billion is, because a lot of people don't understand that $1 billion is a lot of millions. When you really just draw it out and show people how many millions it is, it's like, wow, it really puts it into perspective. And that's why I could never understand how someone could not only make $1 billion, but then go and make like $400 billion. Like, what are you doing? You could actually change so much in the world for the better. But alas, the people that would change the world for the better are not the people that are going to make billions of dollars, because we're all down here not even having $1 million because we do want to change the world for the better, you know. I wouldn't say I'm poor by any stretch, but I will never be rich. Because if I ever got close to it, I'd be giving that shit away. Like I've always said, I could probably comfortably live on just a few $1 million. I'd have a very comfortable life. Buy a house. Pay off your bills, not have to do anything, you know. Obviously it gets harder and harder as inflation goes up, so maybe like 3 or 4 million now would be comfortable. But anything more than that, what am I gonna do with it? Just make more money, I don't care. Why do you need more money? Just to make more money, okay? So it's just a never-ending cycle of making more money. Does it really matter? Not for me. Personally, I don't care about the high score in my bank account. I just want it to not be red, you know? That's pretty much it. I know people that probably have, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars sitting in their bank account. They're pretty comfortable, but at the same point, like hundreds of thousands of dollars right now is not really that much in the grand scheme of things. More than what I have, but anything could happen. Like, you could need that for an emergency situation. If you're living in a place like America, which doesn't have good healthcare systems, you're gonna need that money if you ever, you know, need surgery or something. That's why I say 3 or 4 million, you could probably be comfortable. Because fuck, it might cost you $1 million to have surgery at some points if you're in a bad country like that. It's interesting to talk to people about money and, you know, how much they feel would be comfortable and all that sort of thing, because everyone has a different perspective, obviously, and everyone values money differently. For me, the value of money is only important to the point where you don't need it anymore. So if you're really poor and you're really struggling, money value is very high. But if you're very comfortable and you don't need to work a single day of your life anymore, money is very low value for me. It's not very black and white, you know, it depends on the situation. So I've been here, and I've also been down here, and I'm generally around here throughout my life. Pretty middle of the road of importance, you know?
Time is money, friend. Hurry back.
I really hate how I have to come back here again after this. If only I didn't forget the C4M booster. Really rubbish, actually, to do that. Like, I value financial freedom. Being able to spend money when you want to spend money and being able to buy the things that you need to buy is very good. I like that. That's pretty much here for me, you know? It's up here where it starts to get a bit stressful. But all in all, it's going to be with us our whole life unless they decide to, you know, get rid of it. When the debt gets too high and no one's able to pay it off, and it's just like, wow, we should just make a new currency because then all the debt goes away, right? That's how it works. I think America will eventually want to do because that debt's off. I don't think anyone's ever going to pay that shit off. It's pretty big. That's a big number. You guys are going for a high score over there. You're dead. I think the only way out of that is to just make a new currency. Honestly? Go back to the gold standard, you know? Yeah, I thought we'd probably end up with over 40k experience from all of this stuff, and we're pretty close already. Between 40 and 45k, I think, where I'll probably be. Guy waved at me as I ran past, so thought I'd give him a wave in the distance, just in case he turns his camera around to see if I wave at him. I regularly do that if someone comes by me.
Yo! Glad I could help. Keep it real.
Get the gloves. We're just a glove machine. Alright. Now I've got to fly to... not Foralis, Decilis. Go to Decilis and... do all that. been an alright stream. We'll definitely have like another, you know, at least 20 to 30 minutes, but been a good good stream back on the Paladin. I think if we had started today in STV, like say we were 41, I think 2 levels would have been possible. Just because, you know, we come in with the big rested experience.
How are you? Safe travels.
So I don't know if 2 levels is possible next time I stream, which is probably tomorrow at this point, but we might get close to 43. I would think so. Close to 43 next time. If not 43, you know. We could probably get there. Like, there's a lot to do in STV if we just start there right away. Might go up and do this before I stop for the day though. That's just free experience. But yeah, we'll go there tomorrow or whenever I stream next and look at it all. Didn't even, like, I never remember that you can press N to open the talents. It seems like a weird button. I put my character as H because it was called like the hero panel on Guild Wars 2, and I just got used to pressing H when I was playing Guild Wars 2. So it's always been that way after coming back to WoW. But the only one I regularly use is map. Like P to spellbook, that's not happening. J for quests is general how it is in video games. I don't mind that, you know. I usually map my quest objectives as J. But O for social? Never. Never once have I pressed O to get into the social panel. It's always funny just looking at them and being like, nah. I definitely don't press F8 to F12 for the bags either. Especially when you can just shift, open one bag and open them all, you know? Because my friends have been talking on the our hardcore WoW little friend group Discord stuff. One of them asked me why I wasn't playing retail. Many reasons. One, playing a lot of Warhammer. Still playing a lot of Warhammer. Two, I'm gonna be honest. Raiding and retail for me is not... it's not really the main reason I want to play retail. The main reason I want to play retail these days is just to play with friends, but I don't like having to be on a schedule to play with my friends. That's the one thing I don't like about raiding in video games in general. Needing to be on a schedule for raiding. Because you can't just not schedule it, you know? No one would ever show up. Imagine you had a raid guild, you had 10 people, and you just, whenever you got together, you'd raid. You'd never raid. Everyone's schedule's different. that gnome doing out here killing oil moors? That's interesting. So yeah, we'll go down here, hand in this quest, kill the Khan, and then go down to Feralis to get the flight path. And then I will hurf back to Meniful. Do this quest here, and then probably fly down to STV. So I could come back here. No, we'll do STV. But we'll fly down to STV, and then that will probably be where I leave it for today. Start next stream in Strangleform Vale, blast it out. Should easily get to 42 and then work our way towards 43. I do have to stop in Westfall first though, I just remembered, because there is a certain quest. Where the hell is Westfall? Sweet Amber. Gotta get that. Gotta remember to get that one. Even though we probably won't be doing it right away when we get there. We're more gonna focus on like the pirates and the trolls and the goblins. First off, obviously. I think Lena needs like 30 more gold to get her mount. Training seems to always be about 8 gold for Balmer, so I guess any money over 20 gold will probably send to Lena. And I wouldn't mind Lena being the first character to be played once again in next league, honestly. If Francie is before Lena next league, I want Francie to be the first character to be played. Only having to do 3 levels is fine on the warrior. It's still going to be scary at times, but... I mentioned it in the last video I made. I'm going to play more carefully if I have to on the warrior, because her value after making Phantom Blade went up about 10 times. Do. He said do. You know, I was watching someone, they made a video, right? It's so sad that everyone just thinks everything is like staged and fake now on the internet. Like, you can't just make staged and fake videos like we used to. Like, everyone's just first comments like fake, staged. Like, yeah, obviously. But this is back, the internet used to all have fake and staged content and people were like, you know, this is awesome, this is sick. Like, no one wants to be cringy anymore. And it's really sad. So I watched a video of someone just doing the most cringy shit last night. And I'm like, man, look at these guys just having a good time. Like, obviously it's fake, but they're just having a good time, you know? And I sort of miss that. People just doing things for the sake of doing things. Like, I feel weirded out sometimes when I go and sit outside on my front porch and just chill. You know? Just watch the birds. The bees fly by. Like, for a lot of people, that's probably cringe. But for me, that's just living. But I feel weird about it when I do it in like a public place. Like, I went down to the beach a few years ago and I just stood there and looked out into the ocean for like 20 minutes. I can be honest. Just stood there looking out into the ocean. Not caring about anyone around me. Not caring about what was going on. Just being present in nature. And I'm sure there were probably some people on that beach that were looking at me going, what the fuck is this? So weird. I don't give a shit. But I know. That's probably how it was. Because people are so scared of just being now, you know? Scared of being cringy, stuff like that. I'm cringy as fuck. I embrace my cringe when I have to. I say some stupid shit. I don't care. I don't do it as much as other people. Because I'm still, like, a decent human being, in my opinion. I'm not gonna just randomly start shouting, you know, stuff like that. Why I don't get too excited on stream, because I'm just myself everywhere, including stream. In fact, I'm probably more entertaining on stream than I am in real life at times. Because in real life, usually I'm on low power. So I can save the energy if I actually need it. But you know, when I go to people's houses and stuff like that, you turn it back on. You be entertaining. You're hanging out with someone, you try to make them laugh, stuff like that. I just want the good fun to always be on. Alright, let's go kill Khan Jin. Get his head. So we kill Khan Jin, go down Fralis, get flight path Hurf, go shoot the cannon a few times, then fly down to Stranglethorn Vale, and that's where we'll end for today. We might even end up with about 50,000 experience, so over halfway through to the next level. Pretty good. Pretty successful day of wowing, I would say. Wow. The World of Warcraft. I remember when there was a question on a game show about World of Warcraft. It was something about like heroes like Leroy Jenkins do battle. And no one got it right, and I'm just like, look at these fucking noobs. Don't know about World of Warcraft. Like, they're just regular people. There's regular people that exist in the world that don't know about this video game. And that's crazy to me. Because this shit's been around for 21 years nearly. Like, it's older than a lot of people, you know? but it's not that important for a lot of people. Like, it's important for a lot of people. The peak WoW was like 12, 13 million, which is a lot. But when you consider that there's 8 billion people in the world, it's not really that much, is it? Like, if WoW ever had 1 billion people playing, then you'd be like, everyone knows about WoW. But even like a game like Fortnite, stuff like Minecraft probably maybe has had 1 billion people that have played it. Kanjin gonna be here? Yes. I was a little worried when I was rocking up and everything was dead, but good. I think you can repentance to get the double damage actually, because it is a stun. Oh, sort of. I don't know. Yeah, incapacitated also gives you double damage. Incapacitated is such a hard word to read, I must say. First, inca. Like, when I first saw that word, I was like, incapacitated. Yeah, Inca what? Incapacitated. That's how it went. If I remember correctly, when I first read that, incapacitated. Ridiculous. Ridiculous is another one that's pretty ridiculous, I must say. I hate words that have too many syllables. With dyslexia, it's quite bad, but you know, I come up with a strategy to defeat them from time to time, but sometimes when I read through them, like just now, yeah, I look at that and I'm like, what does that say? That ain't a word. What the fuck? Generally, until my brain has figured out how to say a word, I just will try not to say it. Like when I'm reading on stream, it's fun. Make mistakes though, because it gives people something to laugh at. I don't care. If anyone ever makes fun of me for reading, I'm like, I don't care if they're having fun. They're laughing at something. Good. There needs to be more to laugh at. Yeah. But I never do. If someone makes a mistake or something like that, I don't even correct people when they type or read badly now. I used to. Before I knew why. I was bad at it. But someone will say, oh, sorry, I made a mistake with typing that. And I'm like, I read it normal anyway because I've been on the internet for so damn long that I just usually have to deal with people typing strange things, you know? Like, leet speak. That was a big thing when I started being around the internet. People just leet speaking everywhere. Alright, let's head into Fralis. Shouldn't be that bad because we have Mount. Reza Barai. Good old Reza. Level 60. Also, for those that maybe watch Formula 1 or maybe don't watch Formula 1, this last race that was on, the Monza Grand Prix, so boring. But the team that's dominated this season gave us some drama by making their drivers swap just because there was a bad pit stop. So that was the only thing really worth that happened in the whole race. I guess the first few laps were good. Charles and Oscar doing battle was pretty nice to watch. But yeah, it was pretty uneventful until like 5 laps from the end. When McLaren decided to take a leaf out of Ferrari's pit strategy and do some shenanigans. Funny because Ferrari's actually been really good at pit strategy the last 2 years, so McLaren just been the clowns. But they've been really good. The car has been really good, so you can't really clown on them because they are winning by miles. I think they've got nearly 400 points on anyone else. But even Max, who is the current world champion, won't be this season unless like a miracle happens. He's like 100 points behind or something. He laughed when his engineer told them that they swapped positions. Because he would never. I would never. If I was in that situation where, you know, my teammate got a bad pit stop because of the team, and then the team was like, oh, you've got to fix our mistake, even though it's your closest rival in the Drivers' Championship, I'd be like, yeah, that sounds nice and all, but make sure he catches up to me first. Just to know, you know? If he can't catch up, well, then he wasn't gonna beat me anyway. It's a team sport, but at the same time, the team sport aspect of it has already been racked up because they're definitely going to win the Constructors this season. If you're in a title fight with your teammate, you do everything you can to make sure you're coming out on top. So, yeah, it's just a little bit of rubbish shenanigans, honestly. Little Oscar didn't want to make any drama. But I'm sure his manager, having gone through that stuff before many years ago, probably had something to say about that. Alright, we're swimming across because the boat is literally on its way here and is definitely not going to beat me there. We've still got like a 10-minute flight down to frickin' Stranglethorn Vale to do, so I want to take all day. Got to put up the VOD today, which means I got to watch it first so I can tag it. But I don't know if, like, you know, if you go against the team, then does the team sabotage you? That's probably what Oscar was most worried about. Losing 3 points to your teammate, sure, it's a 6-point swing because you would have gained 3 points otherwise, is a lot less harmful to your championship hopes than, like, the team sabotaging you down the road because you didn't play the team game, right? So it's... Now, obviously, if the team does sabotage you down the road because of that, then, well, you got bigger issues. But that's probably one thing that was on his mind. I just hope if he wins this season, which I kind of hope he does, because he's only in his 3rd season. He's a lot better driver than Lando overall, I want to say. And he's still got a huge development ahead of him. I hope if he wins, he says it's not bad for a number 2 driver, eh? That'd be fucking hilarious. That was the iconic line from his manager back when he won a race without the upgrades that their other driver had. I would laugh.
How are you? Safe travel.
Alright, flight path.
I am
Perf. Summon pimps. Fly up to Raffi to shoot the cannon. That guy looks
Well
like an NPC. That's crazy.
Have a good one.
Is that shirt that he's wearing? It's like an NPC. Like I thought he was standing there with the other NPC. You ever think, like, you know, when you're walking around town or something, sometimes I think it, like, do I look like an NPC? You know? Think about your movements and suddenly you start moving a little bit different, but maybe it's more NPC. I get that a lot when I'm going grocery shopping if I'm alone. Pushing the trolley and I'm just like, Man, I was grocery shopping on Sunday and there was so many people. When you turn the corner and you go down an aisle and there's like 10 families standing there, it's like, how the fuck do I navigate this? Like, this is too many people. Ridiculous sometimes. I don't like going grocery shopping on the weekend, but you know, it was the best time to do it this week, so. Gotta do what you gotta do. Oh, there's the area, which we haven't killed, but also sort of don't know if I can set them up. Like I do have the quest, but I might just abandon it. So I don't think about it. I don't want to have to run all the way over here to get the quest. I just don't know how good fighting 5 mobs on a Paladin would go, right? Probably not that great. But then also the escort afterwards. Not that great. Paladin's not very good at fighting multiple mobs without consecration, in my opinion. And even here, 64 damage over 8 seconds, like sure, that's rank 1. I don't even see consecration. So I'd have 192 damage over 8 seconds. Which isn't terrible, but it's not like... Mobs have 1,000 health at this point, you know? That's also not that good. In my opinion. It's not like Blade Flurry or Sweeping Strikes or even Moonfire is more damage. I'd say Paladin is probably one of the worst classes for AoE. Even with Consecrate. Be a little bit different as Protection, because you got Holy Shield. Dealing some extra damage just for blocking, you know. What else do they have? Is that it? They do get 10% extra damage though with one-handed sword. With the right one-hander, I wonder if you can, you know, do as much damage as a two-hander. Probably not going to get that right one-hander, but imagine a Phantom Blade, you know, it's got 100 and what, 40 top-end damage? Would actually go pretty hard. Now, I'm not going to make a second one because fuck that. But I could see a world where that would actually be pretty big.
Help you. See you around. See you later.
Alright, let's get to shooting cannon. Kiss the cannon just once. All hands on deck. Huh? For those that are unused to the New Zealand accent, when I say dick, does it sound different to dick? I mean, obviously I enunciated it a little bit better, so maybe you can actually hear the normal, but you know, it's confusing at times. Our E's are our eyes. There are certain words that I try not to say on stream because they might sound racist even though I'm not being racist. When you hear someone with an accent and they say something, sometimes it sounds like something else, you know. Also, I moved my computer along the wall a little bit just so I'm not like right in front of the AC. Feel like I'm a little bit darker here. Like a few shades. Camera wise. Fine though. Good enough, you can still see me. Nothing will stop us. You will die. Damn. There was another wave that generally doesn't spawn at that point.
Be careful.
Alright, there's a really good ring for us. We'll swap out the Iron Will. Huge upgrade. I'll have that until level 60, no doubt. .85 crit. We can't get 8.88 because sadly it's 0.04 every level of weapon skill. That's sad. Maybe next time. Okay. So now I need to fly down to Westfall. Gonna take quite... But we'll do it today, so I don't need to do it as soon as I start stream tomorrow. or whenever I stream next. Tomorrow could be next week, let's be real. Probably not. I should be able to stream for the next 3 days, hopefully. But we shall see. Do 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 do. I got very patriotic there. Stormwind, whoa. It's funny, I was listening to, because I was watching the Italian Grand Prix, I was listening to the Italian national anthem, and I'm just like, if you know the words to that song, it's great. But you can also just say Italia for every word in that song, and it sounds right. You know, you go Italia, Italia, Italia. It's good enough. Like, honestly, you can. That's all you know? Good to go. I don't know the Italian national anthem because I've never speak Italian. But that sounds good enough for me. So when I want to join in, like when Ferrari actually gets a win or something like that, I'm like, ah. Good to go.
How are you?
I know, it might be disrespectful.
See you.
For any Italians out there watching, I'm sorry. You can do the same thing for the New Zealand anthem if you want. It doesn't sound right though. You can't just say New Zealand, New Zealand. It doesn't fit. New Zealand is in the anthem at least one time, I think. New Zealand's a pretty interesting country though. We've got 2 national anthems. Because we've also got the Maori national anthem. I don't really remember all the words to it. Because I haven't been in school for a long time. So I forgot. You know, it's one of those things. You forget things when you don't use them. And because I lived in Australia for 16 years, not a lot of people speak Maori over there. To be honest. I would have loved to learn some Aboriginal. Like, I think it would be sick to, like, learn more on their culture and stuff. I don't know why they don't teach that in schools in Australia. Well, as far as I know, I didn't go to school in Australia, so maybe they do. But obviously in New Zealand, Maori is in the school system, like you learn it. Which is pretty cool. I like learning about different cultures and stuff like that. But because I lived in Australia, I forgot most of what I learned. Same with German. I know the good parts, like Guten Tag, Auf Wiedersehen, hello. Mein Name ist Frankie. You know, the good parts, but I've forgotten a majority of the German that I learned because I haven't used it in so long. I think it only takes like 2 years to forget things if you don't use them. So, yeah. So I don't remember the... I don't even remember the New Zealand national anthem full stop. I could not sing it by heart. Because the last time I really listened and sang the New Zealand anthem was probably in high school. I'm not a very patriotic person, I just live in the world, you know? There are national anthems though, like I think the Portuguese national anthem and the Italian national anthem, those ones make me feel more patriotic than the New Zealand one, which is interesting. Like I hear those and I'm like hyped. Like holy shit, that's a good anthem. And I don't even know the words. But the Portuguese one was very beautiful. When I first heard that, I was like, holy. I could live there. Am I flying to Westfall? I think I am, yeah. I remembered I had to fly to Westfall for good. But it's quite interesting, you know, you learn something over like 5 or 10 years and then you forget it in 2 and... Like, man, why is it so much harder to learn stuff than it is to forget? Unless it's something not that important, like World of Warcraft. You know, I didn't play retail WoW for 5 years between BFA to just before the War Fin. Like a few months before the War Fin came out. Like a tiny little bit of Dragonflight just to do the story and stuff. I didn't forget how to play WoW in those 5 years. But I think it's because I was also playing like Final Fantasy. So dark over here. Like the light's right there, but it's just not lighting. This side of my face though. But if I go like this, much lighter. But then it goes back to darkness. Because of the white balance. Interesting. Because if I don't use auto white balance, for whatever reason my webcam is just really dark or really light. It's very hard to set it up to be like good. It is a pretty old webcam these days. I don't even remember what it's called. I think it was like Logitech 720 or something, I don't know. It was the webcam of 10 years ago. Which is about the time where I bought it. I haven't really upgraded. I got a camera that I could use. But I don't know if I want to be like crisp 1080p HD, you know? Like I like having something that's just how bad. I don't want you to see my pores and friggin' every little detail of my face. Ah, that's too personal for me. You guys get the bad webcam. Which isn't that bad, but you know. Oh, Darkmoon Fear's on. Maybe I should go get the Darkmoon Fear buff on my non-Medley character. Since my friends are talking about playing again. I'm not using world buffs on these characters. But I'm allowed to use a world buff on my character that I'm not playing for the series. I will allow myself to use Songflower on these characters because it's something that I have to get myself. But you know, no Onyxia, no Rend, no ZG buff, no Dark Moon, because it's never, like it's not always around, is Darkmoon Fear was on 24/7, 365. Yeah, sure, fine. But it's not. Songflower Serenity, because I'll probably have a bunch of things to get it. I gotta kill Firbolg so many times on these characters. Not looking forward to it.
What's on your mind? Off with you. Here there.
Grab that quest. Then we head to Broody Bay. What quest do I have at the top of this place? Just Reptile Mastery. Haven't done the cave, but don't really care about it. Crocodile's probably doable. Elites are doable on the Paladin. They're just a little bit annoying because unless it's like an undead elite, it takes a while because, you know, you don't really do constant damage. Paladin was easy as heck. You just kite him, do some exorcism, like it was fast. Thanks, man. I'll get off my horse to give you a buff. It's fine.
You need something? Safe travel.
Lucky. Sometimes I wouldn't get off my horse to give him a buff. I'd be like, nah. Why would I? Why would I get off my horse to give a buff to someone? But Arcane Intellect pretty big. I wish I had more of it on the Paladin. The fact that people haven't been buffing me with Intellect when I run past the mage today has been quite sad. So it finally happened. Yeah, we'll go down here. And probably just log out right away, honestly. Pick up the quest tomorrow or whenever we stream next, and then get the rest of this level in STV. Yep, big day of streaming. But if things go well next stream, I think, and by well I mean maybe if we have to grind for some quest drops, we should be able to get to 43 in this zone, I would say. Because we've got at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, probably 8 quests that I can do immediately, and then we'll probably be able to do a few more quests at 42. Not to mention Reptile Mastery, so another quest. And there's a lot of killing, a lot of looting to be done from these quests, so we should have a good amount of experience. We've got over half a level of rest experience. Fire us up there real quick. Since I'm gonna land and basically log out, thanks for joining me today. Hope everyone had a good day and has a good night or day depending on where they are in the world. I'm hoping to be back tomorrow, but if not, I'll be back at some point. And I should probably start working on Fran's video so I can get that out next week. At some point. Been a pretty busy little non-stream time. Who's this Chris Hendon?
What's up? Glad I could help. Keep it real.
Looks from side to side.
Talk to me. Hurry back. Keep it real. Hurry back.
Alright, gonna log out. So yeah, thanks for joining me. I'll try to be back tomorrow. We will be performing schedule maintenance. During this time, the game will be unavailable for play. I love how this gets cut off. Whoever is doing UX, UI? Yeah, probably. Both. Whoever's doing both, fix it. Or you can pay me to fix it. I'll just pull this along by like a centimeter, not even, and then you're done. But anyway, I'll be back when I'm back. So, have a good one. The game doesn't want me. It's good out here, but it's also... This needs to be brung down. Oh, Blizzard, get your shit together, man. Anyway, I'll see you guys when I see you next. Later.